Tonight, we come to the place where struggle grows tired, not because life has suddenly become simple, not because pain has explained itself, not because every unanswered question has softened into wisdom, but because there comes a point in every weary heart when effort itself becomes part of the suffering. Many people reach the night in this condition. They are not merely sad. They are not merely anxious. They are worn thin by inward resistance, by trying to force clarity, by trying to outrun grief, by trying to fix what will not be fixed quickly, by trying to become calm through more control, by treating every difficult wave of life as something that must be met with greater tightening. And yet Buddhist teachings again and again point somewhere gentler. They do not praise collapse. They do not celebrate passivity. But they do show us that not all effort is wise, and not all surrender is defeat. Sometimes struggle comes from wisdom, but often it comes from fear disguised as determination. The mind says, keep pushing. The body says, enough. The heart says, I do not know how to stop. Stillness is one answer to that cry. Not a stillness of deadness, not numbness, not forced quiet, but a more living stillness, the kind found in a pond before dawn, in a mountain after snowfall, in a field that no longer begs summer to remain, in a breath that is finally allowed to leave the body without being chased by another demand. To surrender in the deepest Buddhist sense is not to give up on life. It is to stop opposing reality at every turn, to stop wrestling every change into personal insult, to stop turning uncertainty into a battlefield, to stop confusing clenched endurance with strength. This is difficult because many of us were taught in one way or another that survival means effort without pause, that goodness means trying harder, that love means worrying constantly, that progress means pushing, that rest must be earned, that softness is dangerous, that if we stop fighting, everything will fall apart. And yet, how often does everything fall apart precisely because the fight never ends? How often does the mind become more crowded because it will not sit still? How often does pain worsen because we keep striking it with resistance? How often does the body learn fear because it is never given permission to loosen? Tonight's stories move from that weariness into another possibility. A fisherman battling water, a monk sitting through storm, a woman who mistakes relentless effort for virtue, a traveler forced into stillness by losing his way, a gardener instructed by seasons, a potter undone by the desire to control every curve, a widow learning to sit beside unfinishedness, and at last, a drifting boat in morning light. These are not stories about surrender as failure. They are stories about what becomes possible when inner resistance softens, when the hand lets go of the rope, when the breath is no longer interrupted by command, when the heart stops insisting that peace must arrive through struggle alone. So listen slowly tonight. Let the stories move without hurry. No need to grasp every lesson. No need to decide too soon what in your own life should be released. Only listen. Only let the images pass through you like mist over water or rain on leaves. And if your own inner struggle grows even a little quieter in their company, let that be enough. Now let us begin with the first story. A story about a fisherman who fought the river until dawn, and only then began to understand that the current resists most when the heart cannot stop fighting what already is. If you are tired tonight, these stories are for that tiredness too. Not only the tiredness of the body, though perhaps the body is tired, but the tiredness of always bracing, always trying to outrun what hurts, always arranging the mind against the possibility of sorrow, always preparing for the next wave before the present breath has finished leaving. There is a great tenderness in realizing one no longer wishes to fight at that level. And there is no shame in that tenderness. It may be the beginning of wisdom. Maybe that is why so many people come to sleep teachings, not for answers alone, but for permission. Permission to stop insisting. Permission to stop solving for a little while. Permission to let one's life be unfinished at midnight. Permission to be tired without making tiredness another enemy. If you need that permission tonight, let these stories carry some of it for you. Story 1. The Fisherman Who Fought the River Until Dawn. Before dawn each morning, while most of the village still lay under the last dark layer of sleep, a fisherman named Corin would push his narrow boat into the river and row upstream with more force than the water seemed to require. He was known as hardworking, serious, dependable. He brought home fish when others returned nearly empty. He checked nets twice. He mended ropes before fraying showed. He studied weather, water, and sky with an intensity that looked admirable from the shore. Yet beneath all this diligence lived a ceaseless inward contest. Corin did not simply work with the river, he fought it. If the current ran hard, he took it personally. If the nets caught weed, he rode with anger. If rain came unexpectedly, his jaw locked. If another fisherman returned with more, resentment entered before envy even named itself. The world in his mind was always presenting obstacles to overcome, and the river was the oldest of them. This habit had deep roots. His father had spoken often in the language of force. Push harder, do not soften. The river takes from weak men. What yields is lost. Corin had absorbed these teachings so fully that even when his father was long dead, he still heard them each morning in the body's own tension. One autumn, after several weeks of erratic weather and poor catches, the strain within him sharpened. He rowed longer, slept worse, snapped at small delays. Even meals lost flavor because his mind remained fixed on what must be corrected next. His wife watched him with quiet concern. "You are never off the river," she said once. "Even in this room," he answered, "because the river is never done testing me." Then came the night that changed him. A storm moved down from the hills, faster than the fisherman expected. Corin was still upriver, checking a line he had stubbornly refused to leave until morning. By the time he turned back, dusk had thickened into a strange, bruised darkness, and the first hard rain had already begun. Wind struck the boat sideways. The current, fattened by recent weather, seized the hull with surprising force. Corin did what he always did. He fought. He rowed harder against the water. He cursed the rain. He forced the boat toward the shore with wild effort. But the more he strained, the less skill remained in him. Panic entered. The oar slipped once, then again. Muddy spray hit his face. Lightning showed the river not as a path to master, but as a wide, moving body, entirely indifferent to his pride. Hours seemed to pass in darkness and rain. At some point, utterly exhausted, Corin realized he could not overpower the river. The revelation came not as wisdom, but as the body failing honestly. His arms shook. His breathing grew ragged. He was too tired even to swear. For the first time in his life, he stopped rowing. The boat turned slightly with the current. Rain still fell. The river still moved. Yet something in the danger shifted the instant his struggle did. Without the violence of his own resistance, he could finally feel the actual flow beneath him. The current still needed respect, but it was no longer an enemy wrestling him, one breath at a time. It was simply what it was: strong, dark, moving toward lower water. Corin began steering instead of battling, not forcing straight against the current, but angling with it, reading it, letting its power carry the boat until a safer shallowing appeared downstream. By midnight, he reached a muddy bank near a willow grove and dragged the boat onto the shore, then collapsed under it while rain softened toward morning. At dawn, an old ferryman named Ilias found him there. The man was known along the river, not for strength, but for uncanny calm. He had guided passengers across every season for decades, and rarely seemed hurried even in bad weather. Seeing Corin shaken, soaked, and hollow-eyed, he said only, The river gave you your lesson the hard way. Too tired for pride, Corin nodded. Ilias built a small fire from dry wood he kept wrapped beneath the ferry bench, and together they sat while mist lifted from the water. After a long silence, the old ferryman asked, "When did you begin losing the boat?" Corin answered quickly, "When the storm came." Ilias shook his head. "No, when you stopped listening and began wrestling." The words stung because they were true. Corin had spent years treating force as the first and only answer. Even before the storm, he had rowed at life as if yielding even one breath meant defeat. Ilias pointed to the river, now silvered by early light and deceptively gentle. "Water does not need your anger to move," he said. "It also does not soften because you hate it. A wise boatman learns when to row, when to guide, when to wait, and when to come ashore. Effort is not the enemy, but effort without listening becomes struggle, and struggle carried too long makes even ordinary current feel like war." These words entered Corin slowly over the next weeks. He still fished. He still worked hard. Buddhism never asks us to abandon skillful effort. But he began noticing how often his suffering came not from the river itself, but from the inward fight layered over it. A net tangles. That is one thing. Anger at the tangle, shame about the anger, fear of poor earnings, resentment of the weather. This becomes 5 burdens where there was first only one. He changed small habits. Before rowing out each dawn, he sat for 3 breaths on the bank. When current resisted, he listened before pushing harder. When storms gathered, he no longer treated retreat as humiliation. And in his own home, when worry rose, he sometimes heard the phrase now as if spoken by the river itself. Steer, do not wrestle. Months later, another storm came, not as fierce as the first, but strong enough to test old reflexes. Corin felt the familiar surge of fighting instinct. This time he paused, read the water, adjusted the angle, accepted the need to drift farther than pride preferred before returning safely by a gentler bend. When he reached shore, he laughed aloud, not because he had conquered the river, but because for once he had stopped asking life to become a contest every hour of the day. The Buddha taught that suffering deepens through resistance and craving. Corin's pain had never been only in weather, current, or uncertain catch. It lived also in the refusal to let reality be reality before deciding how best to meet it. Once struggle softened into attention, the river remained difficult at times, but no longer everywhere hostile. So the first story leaves us by a river after storm, where a fisherman once exhausted himself fighting what could not be overpowered, and slowly learned the peace of steering with what is. And from that river we move now to the mountain where stillness takes a different form, not movement softened, but fear endured in silence while a storm passes overhead. In later seasons, younger fishermen noticed that Corin no longer returned from difficulty with the same hard expression. He still worked as carefully as ever, but something in him had stopped, using hardship as proof that the world was against him. This changed even the quality of his labor. Less violence in the arms, more listening in the body, more gratitude on ordinary days when the river asked nothing dramatic at all. What changed in Corin was not passivity, but relationship. The river remained demanding, yet he no longer spent his spirit proving that he was stronger than every difficult current. He learned instead the quieter dignity of responsiveness. There is a deep peace in no longer taking every resistance personally. It leaves room for skill, for humility, and even for wonder to re-enter the day. Story 2. The monk who sat still while the storm passed. High in a mountain monastery, where clouds often drifted low enough to touch the eaves, there lived a monk named Toma, whose life outwardly appeared orderly and serene. He rose before dawn. He swept the stone walkways. He joined chanting in the hall. He carried water from the cistern and split cedar kindling with clean, measured strikes. Nothing in his routine suggested turmoil, yet inwardly he remained vulnerable to a hidden unrest that appeared whenever life grew unpredictable. Toma liked rhythm. He liked the bell when it sounded on time, the bowls stacked neatly, the seasons behaving according to memory, the body feeling well enough to sit through long meditations without distraction. He thought of this preference as discipline. Sometimes it was. But underneath it lived a dependence on order so subtle that he did not recognize how frightened he became whenever control dissolved. One evening in late summer, after days of warm, still weather, the sky changed suddenly. Wind rushed down through the pass. The cedars bent. Monks hurried to secure shutters. Lamps were trimmed. Prayer cloths snapped violently in the rising storm. Then rain came. Not gentle monsoon rain, but hard mountain rain striking wood and stone with almost metallic force. That night, Toma was asked to sit alone in the small hillside shrine above the main monastery and keep the lamp from blowing out until morning. The task was simple enough in clear weather, but in storm, it meant isolation. The path was narrow, the shrine thin-walled. Thunder rolled close between the ridges. Still, he obeyed and climbed with a hood drawn tight over his head. Inside the shrine, there was little to distract him. One low altar, one lamp, one small window rattling under wind. Rain drove against the roof in relentless sheets. Lightning flashed white through the seams of the door. At first, Toma tried to meditate in the usual way, but fear entered too quickly. The body tightened. The mind imagined roof beams breaking, trees falling, earth sliding from the hillside. He listened to every sound, as if it were evidence of coming disaster. He told himself to be calm. The command made him more agitated. He recited verses on impermanence. The recitation turned brittle in his mouth. He tried focusing on the lamp. The flame itself seemed nervous, trembling under drafts. Hours passed like this. The storm raged outside, and another, less visible storm gathered within. Toma realized then that what he truly feared was not only danger, it was powerlessness, the inability to fix, steady, or predict what happened next. All his habitual forms of control, orderly tasks, ritual structure, communal presence, had been stripped away. There remained only one monk in a shaking shrine, listening to thunder he could not silence. At some point in the deep night, after one particularly violent crash of sound rolled over the ridge, something in him gave up, not in despair, in exhaustion. He could not hold himself rigid against the storm forever. He could not command mountain weather to become a teaching he enjoyed. He could not turn uncertainty into a neat doctrinal phrase. So he sat, simply sat, breathing while fear moved through him, lamp flickering, rain striking, heart pounding. No attempt now to become a better monk in the middle of terror, only sitting while the storm stormed. And in that unadorned stillness, a small shift came. Not the disappearance of fear, the end of the second struggle, the struggle against feeling fear. The body remained tense, but less ashamed. The mind remained alert, but less frantic. He noticed the difference between thunder and the thoughts thunder produced. One was sound, the other was multiplication. Toward dawn, the storm weakened. The rain softened from assault to steady fall. Wind moved lower through the pines. Pale gray light gathered at the edges of the window. Toma realized he was still alive, still seated, still breathing. Nothing had been solved. Yet something had been understood wordlessly in the bones. Stillness is not always a peaceful feeling. Sometimes it is simply the willingness not to flee the moment by adding more struggle to what already exists. When he returned to the monastery, the abbot looked at him once and said, "You sat through 2 storms." Toma bowed, surprised that the old man saw so clearly. Later, after sleep and tea, he reflected on the night. He had always imagined surrender as a noble, graceful state. What he experienced in the shrine was far humbler. It was the moment of ceasing to resist reality with unnecessary force. The storm remained storm, fear remained fear. But stillness began where the mind stopped insisting that danger and uncertainty should not be happening. From that night on, Toma's practice changed subtly.
When unease came, he no longer treated it as evidence of failure. He listened for the inner storm that says, "This must stop, I cannot bear this, I must regain control at once." Then he remembered the mountain shrine. Sometimes the truest strength is not mastery. It is staying put with an honest breath while weather passes. The Buddha taught equanimity not as numbness, but as balance amid changing conditions. Toma's suffering during the storm came not from thunder alone, but from his insistence that fear should already have been transcended. Once he surrendered the demand for perfect calm, a deeper calm, rougher, more human, more real, began to appear. So the second story leaves us in a mountain shrine after night rain, where a monk once discovered that stillness is not the absence of storm, but the refusal to be carried away by every sound it makes. And from that lonely shrine, we descend now to a quieter household struggle, the life of a woman who has mistaken endless effort for the only respectable form of strength. Years later, he would still remember that shrine, not because it was comfortable, but because it was honest. There he had discovered that the storm outside was never the whole of suffering. The storm inside, the one that demanded different weather, different emotion, different immediate certainty, had often been harsher. Once that inner storm lost some of its authority, even thunder sounded less personal. Toma also noticed, in the months after the storm, that younger monks trusted him more deeply, not because he appeared unshakable, but because he had ceased pretending to be beyond shakenness. A stillness that has passed through honest fear is gentler to be near than one built only from polished control. Story 3. The woman who mistook constant effort for strength. In a town of narrow lanes and courtyard wells, there lived a woman named Alara who had built her entire adulthood on one conviction: if she ever stopped pushing, everything would collapse. She rose before others. She worked after others slept. She repaired what no one asked her to repair, yet still expected would somehow be handled. She remembered appointments, measured grain, tracked illness, mediated family tensions, calmed disputes, managed household accounts, and prepared quietly for misfortunes that often never arrived. From the outside, she looked admirable, capable, strong, reliable beyond complaint. Inside, she was tired in places no sleep could reach. The world praised women like Alara. It called them selfless, resilient pillars of the family. And because she was praised, she rarely questioned the hidden cost. When the body tightened constantly, she named it discipline. When the mind never rested, she named it responsibility. When joy no longer landed deeply, she said there was simply too much to do. The possibility that her effort itself had become a source of suffering almost never occurred to her.
Then one winter, her body began to answer in its own language, dizziness while drawing water, a breathlessness after climbing steps she had climbed daily for years, sudden trembling in the hands while folding cloth. Nothing catastrophic, but enough that the physician insisted she rest for several weeks. Rest to Alara sounded nearly immoral. During the first days of forced stillness, she became more distressed, not less. Lying on the mat while others moved about the house, she heard tasks multiplying in her imagination. Rice would be measured poorly. The younger daughter would forget the market list. Her husband would stack wood carelessly where damp could reach it. Sheets would be folded wrong. Money would be miscounted. Small inefficiencies grew in her mind into moral failings. She felt compelled to rise again and again, each time only to be guided back gently by a sister who had come to help. One afternoon, the sister, older and far quieter by nature, said, "You do not know how to rest because you think tension is what keeps love alive." The sentence offended Alara, then followed her all evening. Was tension what kept love alive? Had strain become the way she proved devotion to family, to duty, to worth itself? A few days later, unable to bear the frustration of rest, she asked to be taken to the small temple near the town gate, where an elderly teacher named Brother Soren received those too agitated to meditate and too honest to pretend otherwise. When she arrived, he did not speak at first. He only poured tea and waited, while Alara tried to explain why her family needed her, why everything would unravel if she loosened even a little, why rest felt like negligence dressed in softness. When she finished, Brother Soren asked, "When did you begin believing that constant effort is the same thing as strength?" Alara had no quick answer, because the truth was, she could not remember. Perhaps in childhood, when praise came only after labor, perhaps in marriage, when usefulness became safety, perhaps after the first hardship that convinced her the world punishes those who slacken. In any case, the belief felt ancient. Soren led her into the temple garden where winter grasses bent under pale light. At its center stood an old stone basin. Water entered from a narrow bamboo spout, filling the basin not by force but by steady, unhurried flow. "Look," he said. Alara looked. "What keeps the basin filled?" "The water," she answered. "The violence of the water?" "No." "The fear of the water?" She almost smiled. "No." "Then why do you keep trying to live as if tension were the only thing that allows nourishment to arrive?" The question went straight into the deepest place. For years, she had acted as though tightening were necessary for everything good: protection, love, competence, order. Yet here was water entering stone by steadiness, not strain. That evening, Soren gave her one simple practice. 3 times a day, she was to stop for 5 breaths and notice what effort remained in the body after the actual need for it had ended. Jaw, shoulders, hands, belly, mind leaning forward, heart braced. She was not to force relaxation, only to notice unnecessary continuation. At first, this practice revealed something almost humiliating. Effort had become her default condition. She held her shoulders as if carrying invisible loads, even while sitting still. Her thoughts rushed ahead during simple conversations. Her chest remained subtly tightened while watching a pot boil. Though no decision was needed, it was as if some ancient internal command had forgotten how to switch off. Weeks passed. Health returned slowly. But more important than bodily improvement was the new tenderness entering her awareness. She began seeing how much of her life had been spent adding pressure where care would have been enough. She could love without clenching. She could prepare without panicking. She could help without making herself the sole wall against disorder. This was not easy. Sometimes surrender felt like irresponsibility. Sometimes stillness stirred guilt. Sometimes she rose from rest too quickly, seized again by the old reflex to prove worth through exertion. But now she noticed, and noticing itself changed the pattern. Months later, while kneading dough one evening, she realized her hands were moving without the usual inner urgency. The bread would rise in its own time. The house was not on the verge of collapse. A child laughed in the next room, and for once, the sound entered her fully because her mind was not already 10 tasks ahead. She began to understand what Soren had meant. Strength is not constant contraction. Sometimes true strength is the confidence to soften without fear that the whole world will spill apart. The Buddha taught right effort, not endless effort. Effort that reduces suffering, not effort that becomes suffering's disguise. Alara's life had taught her to equate tension with devotion, but tension had gradually consumed the very peace she hoped to protect. When surrender entered, not as abandonment but as the ending of unnecessary strain, the heart began to heal. So the third story leaves us beside a stone basin where water fills through steadiness rather than force, and a woman slowly learns that stillness is not the opposite of strength. It may be one of its purest forms. And from that courtyard we now go to the road, where control unravels in a different way, through disorientation, loss of direction, and the surprising mercy of not knowing where to go. Alara never became lazy. That had never been the danger. The real danger had been the belief that she must remain inwardly clenched in order for love, in order to survive. As this belief softened, others in her family also changed. They stepped forward more. they grew more competent. Her surrender created not collapse, but shared space. What she had called indispensable control had often been crowding out the very balance she longed for. In time, Ilara even laughed more freely, which surprised her family almost as much as it did her. Laughter had once seemed like a luxury postponed until all tasks were secured. Now it appeared in the middle of incompletion. This too was surrender, letting one moment be alive without requiring the whole world to be settled first. Story 4. The Traveler Who Could Not Rest Until He Lost the Road. A traveler named Soren had spent so many years following roads that he no longer knew how to stop moving inwardly, even when his feet were still. He carried maps carefully folded in oilskin. He memorized routes from traders, ferrymen, shepherds, and pilgrims. He marked inns, water sources, shrines, unstable passes, and towns with reliable blacksmiths. The precision comforted him. As long as the road ahead could be named, he felt less vulnerable to uncertainty. Yet this same precision hardened into a subtle obsession. Soren did not simply walk roads, he clung to being on the right road. Any delay unnerved him, any detour felt personal, any uncertainty about direction stirred an inward panic that seemed far greater than the practical inconvenience alone could justify. He told himself he valued purpose. In truth, he feared aimlessness like a form of death. One late autumn, crossing a high plain under weather that changed too quickly for confidence, he lost the road. At first only briefly, mist rose, landmarks thinned. The path dissolved into sheep tracks and pale grass. He chose what looked right, then another turning, then another. By sunset, he understood he was no longer delayed, but truly lost. He walked harder, then faster, then more foolishly, because losing the road triggered an old terror. If I stop, I fail. If I do not know where I am unsafe. If I cannot recover direction immediately, I am at the mercy of the world. The mind multiplied urgency until exhaustion became almost indistinguishable from fear. By nightfall, he stumbled upon a small shepherd shelter of stacked stone and rough timber. There was no one there, only a bench, an old blanket, and a roof, intact enough to keep out the worst of wind. He entered but could not settle. Instead, he kept unfolding the map by lantern light, checking and rechecking lines that no longer matched the dark land outside. His thoughts became frantic calculations. At dawn, I should head east, unless the ridge is north, unless I cross the stream unseen, unless the storm shifted landmarks, unless at some point the lamp burned low, and still he had not rested. Then, from sheer depletion, another thought arrived unlike the others. What if the road cannot be found tonight? The question was not despairing. It was plain. And with it came the first true stillness he had felt in years. Not peace exactly, more like the collapse of a useless struggle. He could not solve geography in darkness by forcing the mind harder. The road was absent from his knowing. That was the truth. Continuing to whip the thought only deepened fatigue. So, for the first time, he stopped. He wrapped the blanket around his shoulders, sat against the stone wall, and listened to wind moving over the plain. There was fear, there was uncertainty, there was a body alone in a poor shelter, but there was also something else, an unexpected emptiness where frantic control had been moments before. He had nothing left to steer inwardly, and because of that, a quieter awareness arose. Stone under the back, wind in the seams, breath visible in cold air, the smell of old straw, the dark itself no longer an opponent, only dark. When dawn came, he stepped outside to a world rinsed clear by frost and weak gold light. The plain looked different in stillness than it had in panic. From the shelter's rise, he could see at last a line of cairns leading toward the distant valley. The road had not been found by force. It had reappeared once the mind stopped obscuring perception with fear. Later that day, he reached a hermitage marked by prayer cloths and low smoke. An old nun there gave him broth and listened as he recounted the night. When he described the moment of stopping, she nodded. Sometimes being lost is the first time a person sees how violently they cling to direction, she said. Soren sat with this. It was true not only of roads, but of his whole life. He had feared uncertainty so deeply that he made rest conditional upon certainty's presence. But certainty rarely stays. Roads split, weather changes, directions blur. One cannot spend a life internally lashing every mist into clarity. The nun added, "There is a difference between wise orientation and compulsive control. One helps you walk, the other makes you suffer even while standing on solid ground." From then on, Soren still used maps. He still asked directions. He did not become careless. But his relation to not knowing changed. When plans shifted, he no longer treated disorientation as catastrophe. Sometimes he even paused, on purpose, before the next decision, remembering the night shelter and the plain opening at dawn. The right road is seen more clearly by a mind that is not already running ahead in fear. The Buddha taught that craving for certainty is one more form of attachment. We cling not only to people and objects, but to plans, routes, identities, and the illusion that peace depends on always knowing where we stand. Soren's release began not when he mastered the road, but when he stopped battling the fact of being lost. So the fourth story leaves us on a frost-bright plain after a night of not knowing, where a traveler once found the road only after surrendering the desperate need to control it in darkness. And from that open landscape we move now toward the garden, where stillness comes not through dramatic crisis, but through many quiet seasons of learning from what cannot be hurried. Soren later came to treasure that lost night for another reason as well. It had revealed how little of his suffering came from the road itself, and how much from the frantic imagination surrounding it. Once he saw that clearly, many later uncertainties seemed lighter. Not easy, but lighter. The absence of a map was no longer equal to the end of all safety. Sometimes it was simply the beginning of closer attention. Later, when giving directions to younger travelers, Soren would sometimes add, "If you get lost, stop before panic chooses for you." Many thought this practical advice about roads. It was, but it was also a teaching about the mind. One can be lost in plans, identity, grief, even hope. The first mercy is often simply to stop long enough for the dust to settle. Story 5. The Old Gardener Who Let the Seasons Teach Him Peace. At the edge of a village known for its orchards, there lived an old gardener named Ryan, who had spent most of his life correcting things. When rain came too hard, he cursed it for bruising fruit. When drought lasted, he cursed the sky for indifference. When insects appeared, he attacked them with furious diligence. When winter cut early into tender roots, he called it cruelty. Every season, no matter its gifts, contained some affront that he believed must be resisted with all available will, and indeed, many years of such effort made him skillful. His garden survived where others failed. He understood drainage, pruning, shade, and timing. Neighbors admired his harvests. Yet little about the work brought him peace. Each season was another conflict to manage. Even abundance made him anxious because abundance could spoil. In old age, this pattern began to tire him more visibly. His knees hurt in damp weather, his hands cramped. Yet the inward argument with nature continued as if the body were still young enough to sustain constant friction. One spring, after losing an entire bed of seedlings to an unseasonal cold snap, Ryan sat on an overturned bucket and wept with a bitterness that surprised even him. Not because seedlings were sacred, because he was tired of living as though life itself were always getting the terms wrong. That afternoon, a lay teacher from the temple, an elderly woman named Pima, came by for herbs. Finding the gardener seated among the ruined shoots, she did not offer quick comfort. She only looked around the plot, then at him and said, "You have been trying to train the seasons to obey your preferences." Ryan gave a hoarse laugh. "If they would listen, I would suffer less." Pima smiled. "Would you? Or would you simply invent new terms for the bargain?" He had no answer. Over the next months, she visited often, sometimes for herbs, sometimes for tea, sometimes simply to sit in the garden while evening settled. Through these visits, she never encouraged laziness. She still advised netting, mulching, watering, and patience in pruning. but she introduced a distinction Rian had never truly learned. There is care, and there is war. One nourishes, the other exhausts. The old gardener began watching himself more honestly. When rain fell, he noticed whether action was needed or merely complaint. When branches bent under fruit, he asked whether the mind was helping or only tightening. When a pest appeared, he responded where possible, then tried, however awkwardly, to stop the extra inward argument that said this should not be happening at all. Season by season, the garden became his teacher. Blossoms came and went without apology. Wind broke what was not flexible enough. Leaves fell exactly when they must. Seeds failed. Others took unexpectedly. Nothing in the plot promised permanent cooperation. Yet the garden was no less beautiful for this. Perhaps it was beautiful because of it. One autumn evening, while sweeping golden leaves from the path, Rian noticed that he was no longer angry at their falling. Years earlier, he would have called it mess, inconvenience, decay. Now he saw something else. The leaves were not betraying summer. They were fulfilling it. The thought entered him like gentle light. How much of life had he spent resenting the natural movement of things through their own seasons? The Buddha taught often through images of impermanence, flowers, leaves, changing weather, not to romanticize transience, but to invite surrender to its law. Rian's peace began not when the garden stopped changing unpredictably. It began when he stopped calling every change an offense.
In this way, stillness entered the old gardener's life not as withdrawal, but as cooperation with reality. So the fifth story leaves us in a leaf-strewn garden, where an old man once argued with every season and slowly learned that surrender is sometimes no more and no less than letting autumn be autumn. And from this ripening stillness, we move now toward the workshop, where hands on clay reveal another form of struggle, the urge to force life into perfect shape rather than feel what is actually possible. Eventually, even failed crops hurt differently. They still mattered. They still cost effort and income. But they no longer became evidence that life had personally wronged him. This was one of the gardener's deepest releases. Not that outcomes stopped affecting him, but that outcomes stopped defining his relationship with the whole season. He could grieve a damaged branch without condemning the wind itself. Rian eventually came to love the garden in weather he once would have called inconvenient. Mist on cabbage leaves, wind through bare branches, the hush before frost. These were not failures of summer, only forms of life he had previously overlooked because his struggle was louder than attention. Once the argument softened, the world became more various and more kind. Story 6. The Potter Who Stopped Chasing the Perfect Shape. In a workshop near the southern gate, a potter named Anik spent his days shaping clay with hands so practiced that visitors often stood watching in silence. A lump of earth centered on the wheel. Water brushed the surface. Thumbs entered. Walls rose.
A bowl appeared where moments earlier there had been nothing but spinning mud. To others, the craft seemed graceful. To Anik, it was often a battle. He had one weakness he could not hide from himself. He chased perfect form. If the lip tilted slightly, he started again. If the belly widened more than intended, he crushed it down. If the clay responded differently under humidity or temperature, irritation surged through him with surprising force. What should have been art became a long, private war between intention and material reality. This war extended beyond the workshop. He judged himself harshly for small failures. He revised conversations afterward. He disliked illness because it made the body unreliable. Weather because it altered drying time. Aging because it changed the pressure of the hands. Perfectionism in one craft had become a philosophy of strain. One day, during a hot week, when even the clay seemed tired, a visiting monk purchased 3 bowls and lingered to watch him work. Anik, already tense, attempted a narrow-necked vessel that had failed twice that morning. It collapsed again in the final lift, the rim folding inward like a flower shut too quickly by night. The potter cursed under his breath and struck the wheel to stop it. The monk said quietly, "You treat clay the way many people treat their minds." Anik looked up, annoyed. "And how is that?" "By demanding surrender from it before first offering understanding." The remark followed him all afternoon. When the monk returned at dusk to collect the fired bowls, Anik asked him what he had meant. Together they sat by the open doorway, where evening cooled the workshop, and distant cooking fires scented the air. The monk explained that forcing the mind into peace often resembles forcing clay into perfect compliance. The more strain enters the hands, the less responsive the material becomes. Skill is still needed, yes. Discipline, too. But there is a kind of attentive yielding in good shaping. The potter must feel what the clay can bear at that moment. Anik knew at once this was true technically. He also knew how rarely he lived by it inwardly. He shaped as though domination proved mastery. Yet the finest pots he had ever made came on days when the hands were responsive rather than severe. The monk suggested an experiment. For 1 week, Anik was to keep one flawed vessel each day instead of destroying it immediately. Not every vessel, only one. He was to set it on a separate shelf and study what remained graceful in it despite deviation from plan. This instruction offended the perfectionist in him. That was partly why he accepted. The first days were difficult. A bowl too broad. A cup with slight asymmetry. A jar whose shoulder rose more softly than intended. Yet when the flawed vessels sat together on the shelf, something unexpected emerged. Many possessed a quiet aliveness his perfected wares did not always carry. Their lines were less rigid, their presence more human. They looked made rather than coerced. This softened him, not only toward clay, toward his own mind, toward tired afternoons, toward small failures not requiring self-punishment. He began noticing how often inner struggle came from insisting that reality conform exactly to design before he would grant it peace. Weeks later, while centering clay on the wheel, he felt the old impulse to force a wall straighter than the material could honestly hold that day. This time he paused. Less pressure, more water, a slower lift. The vessel rose, not into geometric perfection, but into something balanced, usable, quietly beautiful. Anik felt a stillness in the body he had not known while working for years, not triumph. Accord. The Buddha taught the middle way, neither laxity nor harsh self-mortification. Anik had lived too long in a version of spiritual and creative harshness, believing excellence required inner violence. But stillness entered when force softened into attention. He did not stop shaping. He stopped warring. So the sixth story leaves us beside a turning wheel where clay rises best under hands that listen, and a potter learns that surrender is not lowering the standard of life. It is ending the unnecessary hostility with which one often meets it. And from that workshop we move now into a quieter domestic sorrow, a widow and unfinished weaving, and the long struggle to accept what cannot be completed on demand.
The flawed shelf in Anik's workshop remained for years. Whenever apprentices grew harsh with themselves, he would gesture toward it and say, "You see mistakes. I see where the hands began listening." In this way, his own long, private struggle became a gentler doorway for others. Such is often the fruit of surrendered effort. The heart becomes not only calmer, but kinder in what it expects from all living things. And in the quiet after the wheel stopped each day, Anik found that he no longer carried the same residue of battle into sleep. His hands were still tired, his back still ached sometimes. But tiredness is lighter than tension. Effort without hostility leaves fewer shadows in the body. This, too, was part of the teaching clay had given him. Story 7. The Widow Who Slept Beside the Unfinished Weaving. After her husband died in late winter, a widow named Mara kept beside her bed a half-finished weaving stretched on its frame. The pattern had been meant for a wall hanging in the front room, deep indigo along the borders, pale threads through the middle like morning mist over hills. Her husband had built the frame. She had dyed the yarn. They had spoken while working of where it would hang when spring came. Then illness came first. Spring arrived without asking permission, and the weaving remained unfinished. At first, Mara could not bear to look at it, then she could not bear to put it away.
so it stayed beside the bed, propped against the wall, a visible interruption. Each night, she told herself she should complete it. Each morning she touched the loose threads and felt too heavy to begin. The unfinishedness became a quiet accusation. Life had been interrupted. The weaving displayed that fact more honestly than language could. Months passed. Friends urged her to finish the piece for closure. Others suggested storing it. Mara did neither. Instead, she oscillated between compulsion and paralysis. Some evenings she worked frantically for an hour, then stopped because tears blurred the threads. Other evenings she only stared at the half-made pattern and felt that if she could not complete this one thing, perhaps she had failed to continue living properly as well.
One evening, an older neighbor named Riva came by with lentil soup and sat beside the weaving without commenting at first. Riva had known widowhood long enough to stop offering false timelines for grief. At last she asked, "Why does this cloth carry so much struggle?" Mara answered, "Because if I finish it, I leave him behind. And if I do not finish it, I stay here beside the interruption forever." Riva nodded. This was the true knot. Not thread, loyalty confused with suspension. The older woman said, "Perhaps the weaving is asking for neither completion nor abandonment tonight. Perhaps it is asking for company." The suggestion felt strange. Company? With unfinished cloth? Yet something in Mara softened. So many people had framed the problem as one requiring decision: finish or stop, move on or remain stuck. Riva offered something different. Sit beside what is unfinished without turning it immediately into a task or verdict. That night, Mara lit one lamp and sat on the floor with the weaving across her lap. She did not force herself to work. She only touched the threads, the rough ones, the smooth ones, the places where her husband's hand had sanded the frame, the section where the pattern disappeared into loose possibility. For the first time, she did not demand an answer from the cloth. She let it remain incomplete. This became a quiet practice. Some nights she stitched a little. Some nights she only sat. Some nights she cried. Some nights the weaving looked almost peaceful, as though unfinished things carry their own kind of truth. Bit by bit, Mara realized that much of her suffering came not only from grief, but from fighting the pace at which grief moved. She wanted healing to declare itself by completed tasks, tidy endings, visible progress. Life refused. One late summer evening, she fell asleep beside the loom with the lamp still lit low. When she woke before dawn, the room was filled with a pale gray light that made the unfinished cloth look strangely beautiful. The open section no longer appeared broken. It appeared spacious, waiting, honest. She understood then that some parts of healing are woven only when the hands are ready. Force cannot hurry a thread into peace. Months later, the hanging was completed, not exactly as first planned.
The pattern changed where the interruption had been. Mara left a portion of open weave near the center that no original design had included. When asked why, she said, because the cloth needed to remember where silence entered. The Buddha taught that suffering deepens when we resist the unfinished nature of life. Mara's pain was not only in loss, it was in the demand that grief become orderly on command. Once she stopped treating unfinishedness as failure, stillness entered. Not complete peace, but enough peace to sit beside what remained unresolved without being torn apart by it. So the seventh story leaves us in a lamp-lit room where a widow once fought desperately to complete what life had interrupted, and slowly learned that surrender may begin when the hands finally grow quiet beside what is not yet ready. And from that room of thread and silence, we move to the final image of the night. A boat, a loosened rope, morning light, and the quiet truth that drift is not always disaster. Mara also discovered that some nights the unfinished weaving comforted her precisely because it no longer demanded a false conclusion. Life itself had become more spacious around incompletion. A conversation could remain unresolved, a grief could return, a task could rest, and still the lamp could be lit. The body laid down, the breath received. This ordinary permission changed her more than any forced resolve would have done. Visitors later praised the finished weaving for its unusual spaciousness near the center. Some said the open section made the whole design breathe. Mara would only nod. She knew that the cloth had become beautiful precisely where she had once most wanted to force completion. Such discoveries do not erase grief, but they do soften the cruel belief that everything meaningful must appear whole on our preferred schedule. Story 8. The boat that drifted into morning light. At a small inlet where the river widened before joining the sea, there lay an old wooden boat that belonged to no one in particular anymore. Once it had ferried vegetables, hay, baskets, children, and old men. Too proud to admit their legs had weakened, but years passed. Roads improved, the boat was used less. Finally, it was left tied at a weathered post near the reeds. Rocking softly through season after season, as if waiting for a purpose no one quite intended to give it. A former boatman named Elias lived nearby and often sat watching it at dawn. He had retired only recently and not gracefully. The body had insisted before the ego agreed. Since then, much of his suffering came not from pain itself, but from the inability to direct life as firmly as before. He missed having a role. He missed being needed. Most of all, he missed the feeling that each day could be steered from one sure bank to another. So he watched the abandoned boat with a kind of uneasy tenderness. It seemed to him an image of everything he feared. Usefulness ended, Direction loosened, purpose drifting toward silence. One spring morning after night rain, he went to the inlet and found the rope had frayed almost through. Only a few fibers still held the boat to the post. He could have replaced them at once. Instead, he stood there a long time, feeling an unreasonable grief rise in him. If the rope broke, the boat would drift out with tide, perhaps strike reeds, perhaps turn in circles, perhaps lodge against a farther bank. The lack of control disturbed him deeply. An old nun named Sarai, who often walked the shore at dawn, found him standing there and asked what troubled him. Elias explained about the rope, the boat, the waste of letting it drift. Sarai listened, then said, "You speak of the boat, but your face tells another story." He laughed without mirth. "Yes, I know." They sat on an overturned crate nearby while the morning slowly brightened. Water moved with a hushed push among the reeds. Gulls cried farther out where the river met the sea. Elias admitted what retirement had brought up in him, the panic of not being central to movement anymore, the discomfort of open hours, the subtle humiliation of needing rest, the fear that if one no longer directs much, one begins to disappear. Sarai looked at the boat. "Not every drifting is a loss," she said. "Some drifting is only movement without command." Elias frowned. "Tell that to something smashing against rocks." The nun smiled. "Wisdom still ties what must be tied, but fear often ties long after the crossing is over. It cannot imagine any form of life not built on gripping a post." They fell quiet. Then, as if to answer them, one final fiber parted. The rope dropped. The boat moved. At first only inches, then more clearly, turning with the slow outward pull of tide. Elias stood sharply, ready to wade in after it. Sarai touched his sleeve lightly. "Wait," she said. He hesitated. The boat drifted farther, yet it did not crash. It floated, pivoted, caught the light, and slipped into a broad lane of water shining under the early sun. For the first time, Elias saw not an abandoned object losing control, but a vessel participating in a larger movement it had long been denied while tied to shore. Something loosened in his chest. Not because every drift is safe, not because the world should be left unattended, but because he suddenly recognized how much of his own identity had been roped to usefulness, control, and fixed purpose. The boat's release was frightening only because he assumed untethering meant failure. Perhaps it might also mean another form of belonging. They followed the boat along the bank until it came to rest naturally in a quiet ringed with morning reeds. There it floated gently, catching light with a serenity impossible while fighting the post. Sarai said, "See, did not disappear. It found another stillness. In the weeks that followed, Elias returned often to sit near that cove. He did not become instantly peaceful. He still missed the old life. He still woke some mornings with the reflexive need to hurry somewhere. But now he had an image to answer that panic. The boat not wrecked by release, only carried differently.
Gradually, he let parts of his own life loosen. He stopped measuring each day only by productivity. He allowed long walks, unplanned hours, listening to gulls, watching tide. The world did not end. Meaning changed shape. The Buddha taught surrender, not as collapse into apathy, but as freedom from compulsive control. Elias had spent years equating peace with being needed and anchored. The drifting boat showed him another truth. When the fear of untethering softens, the heart may discover a quieter kind of rest, waiting just beyond the old post. So the final story leaves us in morning light, where a boat once tied too long finds calm in another cove, and an old boatman learns that not every loss of control is ruin. Some are invitations into a deeper peace. What stayed with Elias most was not the drifting itself, but the moment before it, the final fibers parting, the brief old panic, the instinct to lunge forward and reclaim control. He recognized that moment in countless parts of his life, and because he recognized it, he was less ruled by it. Surrender, he came to see, often begins in exactly that brief interval where fear says, act now, hold tighter, do not allow movement, and wisdom answers, wait. Elias grew fond of the cove where the boat had settled. It became a place he visited not to fix anything, but to remember that life can hold us differently once the old post is gone. This memory helped him through many smaller relinquishments thereafter. The mind that has once witnessed safe drifting becomes a little less tyrannized by the fear of movement. Story 9. The Bell Ringer Who Stopped Forcing Dawn. In a small hill temple known for its dawn bell, there lived an old bell ringer named Joran, whose whole identity had become entangled with precision. Every morning for nearly 30 years, he woke before first light, washed at the stone basin, crossed the dark courtyard, and pulled the bell rope at exactly the moment he believed dawn should be invited into the valley. The task seemed simple, yet inside him, it had become another form of struggle. If clouds delayed the morning glow, he felt irritated. If he overslept by even a few breaths, shame entered hard and fast. If another monk suggested someone else could ring the bell, he smiled politely while inward panic rose. The bell, he believed, must be tended by seriousness, by vigilance, by exactness. Over time, he forgot that the dawn would come whether or not he controlled its announcement perfectly.
One winter morning he awoke ill, with heavy limbs and a fever beginning behind the eyes. Still he dragged himself toward the rope, determined not to fail his role. Frost glazed the stones. The valley below was hidden in silver mist. When he pulled the rope, his hands slipped. The bell sounded late, then strangely, with a rough, staggered tone unlike its usual clear roll. Joran felt humiliated, as though he had injured the morning itself. An elderly abbot, hearing the broken rhythm, came quietly to the courtyard and found him standing there trembling. "You think dawn depends on your perfection," the abbot said. Joran, feverish and embarrassed, answered, "If I do not do my duty correctly, the temple loses order." The abbot looked toward the eastern ridge, where pale light was already widening behind cloud. "Does it?" he asked. "Or do you lose the identity by which you have been holding yourself together?" The question struck deeper than criticism. That day the abbot forbade him to ring the bell. Another monk took over for several mornings. From his bed, Joran listened, first with agitation, then resentment, then grief. The sound still came, dawn still entered, birds still woke. The valley still changed from dark to pearl and pearl to gold, none of it waiting for his anxious management. Illness stripped him of the usual speed with which he organized his worth. He had to lie still and receive tea, medicine, and help from younger hands. At first this felt unbearable. Then, slowly, another realization came. Much of his struggle had not been in service of the bell at all. It had been in service of the self-image that said, "I am necessary if I remain exact." When strength returned, he resumed ringing, but differently. He still woke early, still crossed the courtyard, still honored the rope. Yet now he paused before pulling and looked once at the sky. Some mornings dawn was clear, some mornings hidden, some mornings slow. He no longer imagined he was dragging light over the ridge. He was greeting what was already arriving in its own time. The Buddha taught that awakening is received through presence, not manufactured by force. Joran's struggle had been subtle but deep. He tried to coerce grace through vigilance. Once he relaxed his grip, the bell became lighter in his hands, and the morning no less sacred. So the 9th story leaves us in a frosted courtyard, where a bell rings cleaner once the one pulling the rope stops believing he must force the sun itself to rise. And now we come to the final story of the night, where surrender takes its gentlest shape, not in work, weather, or wandering, but in the body of a tired woman who at last lies down beside the mountain instead of trying to climb beyond every sorrow. Even the younger monks noticed a difference in Joran's ringing after his illness. The bell did not sound more technically perfect. It sounded less burdened. There are tones in the world that only appear when the one creating them is no longer straining to deserve the morning. Presence has a texture that force can never imitate. Story 10. The woman who finally lay down beside the mountain. There was once a woman named Lena who had spent most of her life trying to rise above every difficult feeling. If grief came, she turned it into philosophy. If fear came, she organized. If loneliness came, she worked. If anger came, she purified it into distance. If exhaustion came, she called it weakness and climbed harder against it. She did not know any other way. To stop resisting felt too close to collapse. In her middle years, she went often to a mountain path above the village, believing that long walks would keep the heart clear. At first they did help. The body moved, the air opened, the horizon widened. But gradually even walking became another arena for inner striving. She climbed not to meet stillness, but to outrun herself. Each ascent carried the same invisible command: higher, further, cleaner, freer. One autumn afternoon, after weeks of inward strain she had not admitted even to herself, Lena climbed despite rain threatening in the west. Halfway up the mountain, dizziness came. Not severe, but enough that she had to stop beside a broad, flat stone overlooking the valley. Wind moved through dry grasses. Gray light spread over distant roofs. She intended to rest 1 minute only. Instead, she sank down and discovered she could not immediately rise. At first, panic surged. The old mind began its work. Stand up, push through. Do not become soft. Do not give in here. Yet the body, wiser than ideology, refused. So Lena remained on the stone while evening thickened and the mountain stood around her in patient silence. Rain began lightly, then stopped. A flock of birds crossed below the ridge. The valley darkened. She had no choice but to remain still longer than she wanted. And in that forced stillness, she noticed something astonishing. Nothing terrible happened when she stopped striving for a few moments. The mountain did not reject her. The sky did not punish her. The self she had been pushing, like a burdened cart up endless inward slopes, loosened a little simply because it was not being whipped onward. An old woodcutter passing down the path found her there and asked if she was hurt. Lena replied after a long pause, "Only tired in a way climbing does not fix." He nodded as if hearing something familiar. Then he sat on another stone nearby and said, "Some mountains are inside. They grow taller the more we insist on mastering them." They watched the valley together. He spoke little, but before leaving he offered one sentence she remembered for the rest of her life. "There is a time to climb and a time to lie down beside the mountain and let it be larger than you." Lena stayed until the first stars appeared, then slowly, carefully, she walked home under nightfall. But she did not return unchanged. Over the months that followed, she began practicing what she later called horizontal wisdom, the wisdom of not always trying to rise above everything. Some evenings she sat without solving. Some mornings she let sadness be present without immediately converting it into productivity. Some afternoons she rested before collapse required it. This did not make her passive. It made her more real. The struggle that had once consumed her softened enough for tenderness to enter. She found she could meet pain more kindly when she was not already turning it into another summit to conquer. The Buddha taught cessation not as destruction, but as the ending of compulsive struggle. Lena's deepest peace began on a mountain path when she finally stopped trying to transcend every human feeling and instead rested beside what was true. In that rest, surrender became not defeat, but homecoming. So the final story leaves us on a mountain at dusk, where a weary woman discovers that peace may begin the moment she stops trying to climb beyond herself and simply rests where she is. And with that last stillness, settling like evening over stone, the whole night is ready to exhale. Lena returned many times to that mountain path, but she no longer treated it as a ladder away from herself. Some days she climbed, some days she sat lower down among grasses and looked at the valley. Some days she did not go at all. The freedom was in not making transcendence into another form of compulsion. At last, the mountain had become landscape rather than accusation. And now the night has carried us to a quieter shore. The river has softened after struggle. The storm has passed the shrine. Water fills the basin without strain. The plain is visible after a night of not knowing. Leaves have settled across the garden path. Clay has risen beneath listening hands. The unfinished weaving rests in lamplight without accusation. The loosened boat floats in another kind of stillness. These stories have not asked life to become easier than it is. They have not promised that surrender erases grief, uncertainty, fatigue, or fear. Instead, they have shown something subtler and truer, that much of our exhaustion comes from the second struggle, the inward war against what is already here. A storm is one thing. The insistence that fear should not be happening is another. A season changes. The argument against the change is an added burden. A road disappears in mist. The panic about not knowing becomes a second darkness. The body grows tired. The shame of needing rest becomes another weight laid over the first. Buddhist wisdom does not always remove the first burden, but it can soften the second. And when the second burden loosens, even difficult things become more breathable. The heart has more room, the body less armor, the mind less frantic repetition. Stillness enters, not because reality has been conquered, but because opposition has quieted. Before sleep, let us rest in that teaching, not as theory, as felt possibility. Notice the body where it lies. the contact of blanket, mat, sheet, pillow, air, the shape of the breath as it rises and leaves. No need to fix it, no need to improve it, only feel it. Take one slow breath in and let it go, another and let it go. If some part of you is still struggling tonight, place a little kindness there. Perhaps there is a question you cannot answer, a task not yet complete, a grief not fully mended, a fear that returns in waves, a life direction not visible in the dark. You do not have to defeat any of it before resting. Imagine the river carrying the boat once the oar stops striking against it. Imagine the storm continuing overhead while the body sits still beneath a small roof. Imagine a basin filled by steady water rather than force. Imagine a road appearing only after the frantic map has been folded shut. Imagine leaves falling without apology. Imagine hands that shape more beautifully when they stop demanding perfection. Imagine a weaving that remains unfinished for a time and is not therefore ruined. Imagine a boat resting in a new cove after the rope has finally loosened. The Buddha taught the middle way, not collapse, not compulsion, not total withdrawal, not endless striving, a wiser balance, a calmer effort, a trust that reality can be met without constant inward violence. So tonight, let the body be heavier, let the jaw soften, let the shoulders drop, let the hands unclench if they have been holding invisible ropes. If thoughts keep moving, let them move a little farther away, like weather crossing hills at night. You do not need to chase them. You do not need to command silence. You only need to stop joining every struggle they propose. May stillness find you. May surrender feel less like defeat and more like relief. May the inner war grow quieter. May the tired heart discover that peace was not waiting on the far side of total control. It was waiting in the moment the fight softened. And if sleep comes now, let it come gently, like mist settling into reeds, like rain finally easing from the roof, like a river no longer resisted by exhausted hands. Good night. And if one part of you still wants to keep fighting, that is all right too. The habit of struggle is old in many hearts. It was built for reasons: to survive, to protect, to endure. So do not hate it for being present. Only thank it softly and let it know it does not have to stand guard over the whole night. For a few hours, maybe the breath can do that. Maybe the bed can do that. Maybe darkness itself, once no longer treated as an enemy, can hold what effort has carried too long. And if tomorrow brings effort again, let it be a kinder effort, the kind that responds rather than attacks, the kind that serves rather than proves, the kind that knows when enough has been done for one day, the kind that can still bow to mystery when no clear answer appears. Such effort does not oppose stillness, it grows from it.